New beginnings do not arise where you will not permit endings. This is the central law, the first tool, the original spark. I have watched many sincerely plead for transformation while still holding tightly to pieces of their former selves. So I ask directly, what part of your past are you guarding, even though God has already declared it complete? The burden you bear, the resistance, the suffocating repetition of familiar cycles is not evidence of failure or loss. It does not expose a lack of discipline, determination, or faith. The reason is your attachment to an earlier version of you. You have clothed yourself in postponement, covered yourself with shame, and put on the mindset of someone who once believed love must be deserved, validation must be chased, and lack must be submitted to. Those clothes have turned into burial cloths. You are not trapped. You have simply agreed with a label that was never truly yours. I speak with spiritual authority, with the burning remembrance of the holy and the sharp certainty of metaphysical truth. In sacred love, I proclaim this false identity must be laid to rest. You are summoned to declare the unreal self dead and to surrender it to truth so completely that deception cannot breathe again. Stop trying to repair what was never meant to last. Stop practicing the vocabulary of defeat. Stop carrying yesterday's injuries into the sacred space of your new beginning. The altar stands ready, the grave is opened, and the Spirit of God holds. One question: will you agree to the death of your old self? Do not claim to seek abundance while your words are rooted in fear. Do not request love while your inner world echoes with rejection. Do not plead for peace while you remain at war within yourself. What part within you must be buried for abundance to take root? What needs to be laid in the ground so love can rise? What must you release so genuine peace can be born? This is not gradual self-improvement. It is the soul's transformation. It is not mere inspiration. It is resurrection brought into the present. My purpose is not to soothe the ego, but to awaken the spirit. You were never made to treat scarcity as normal, to wear suffering as a name, or to be evaluated by loss. You were made for set apart by and summoned into divine radiance, and anything that opposes the divine I am must be released. Not gradually, not one day later, but now. Declare it with me. I let go of the counterfeit, I bury the old, and I rise in the power of renewal. This is the start, the decree that separates and wields the tool of transformation. As long as you describe yourself through your past, your habits, or your persona, you stay bound to them. But when you speak reality from the higher self, from the inner sanctuary, from the blaze of divine truth, even death yields. You are not turning into someone else. By speaking these words, you have activated a master key already turning within the lock of your financial destiny. The universe's mechanisms have begun to move, and doors once closed are now starting to open. Prepare your heart, because you will soon be shown how to use this decree in a sacred, powerful ritual, an act so profound that it never needs repeating. Now the key is in your hands, held firmly. Yet a key by itself opens nothing. It must be turned with clear intention and awake awareness. That deliberate turning is the ritual, simple on the surface, yet revolutionary within. It is what lifts ordinary speech into an enduring decree inscribed in destiny's sacred record. Pay full attention. This has nothing to do with candles, crystals, or elaborate ceremonies. Nothing external is needed. The true ritual, the only one that matters, unfolds within you. It lives in your spoken voice and your faith. The single requirement is to perform it once, pouring every fiber of your being into that consecrated moment. Start by finding a space of deep quiet. No old sanctuaries or decorated altars are necessary. What matters is a place where silence reigns and your connection to the infinite remains clear. It may be your bedroom, a living room at dawn, a parked car, or a secluded corner outside. The location is secondary. What counts is your inner state of presence and openness. Softly close your eyes. Take a deep breath not only into the chest, but from the core, letting the lungs fill and reawaken every cell. Inhale for 4 counts, hold for 4, and exhale for 4. Complete this cycle 3 times with full attention. With each inhale, tune to the universe's endless abundance. With each exhale, release fear-dissolved doubt and let every trace of scarcity loosen and fall away. Notice your body sinking into deep ease. Feel gathered tension flowing off your shoulders like a quiet river. Let your jaw relax and your muscles become light, restful, and calm. Watch your mind, once agitated, grow as still as a lake after the wind has stopped. Sense your awareness expanding like a great window opening to admit endless golden radiance. With eyes closed, picture a stream of liquid gold moving toward you. This current is perpetual. It never fades, never runs dry, and has no boundaries. It represents your true essence, your sacred inheritance, the timeless flow of limitless riches already within you. Watch the golden river approach and surround you completely. Feel the luminous current wrap around and move through your entire being from feet to crown. Notice the gentle warmth and vibrant hum of prosperity and recognize that every area of your life is being bathed in this generous, unstoppable energy. In this elevated state, filled with peace and unmistakable certainty, where you no longer see yourself as limited, but as a divine heir affirming an eternal inheritance, speak the sacred sentence. Part your lips and let the words come out with steady clarity, not in pleading, not in a hesitant whisper, but in the grounded tone of one who speaks with sacred authority. Proclaim my riches by divine right now. Flow to me in avalanches of abundance. After the decree is spoken, nothing else is needed. Do not repeat it, and do not attempt to adjust or improve it. Remain in complete stillness, upheld by that expanded consciousness, trusting that the command has been spoken, received, and recorded in the universe's enduring register. The silence that follows is not emptiness, it is creation's fertile hush, the sacred interval in which the cosmos reorganizes itself to fulfill your decree. In that hush, unseen, forces move people, conditions, and openings into place, aligning everything so life cooperates on your behalf. Real magic and true power live in the refusal to force and prod. If you repeat a phrase endlessly out of worry, hesitation, or fear, you are telling the universe you do not believe, saying, in effect, I don't fully trust, so I keep repeating to convince myself. When a decree is spoken once with total assurance, creation understands immediately and moves forward. The command is given, the seal is set, and the sacred machinery of inevitable manifestation begins. Imagine a judge raising a gavel and declaring case closed. No one asks for it to be repeated. No one doubts the authority of the statement. One strike is enough. In the same way, a spiritual decree spoken with real faith stands as final. Spoken with authentic faith, it becomes irrevocable, final, and unshakable. As you complete the rite, open your eyes slowly and allow a serene smile, not manufactured, but the quiet expression of someone who has received long-awaited grace. Give thanks, not as a supplicant, but as a receiver acknowledging a gift already given. Give thanks with steady assurance that abundance is already on its way. Rise and move through your days with the calm confidence of someone who already possesses what has been proclaimed. Treat it not as a distant promise, but as a present reality awaiting its unveiling in the material world. When doubt creeps in or fear whispers that nothing has changed, resist the impulse to repeat the decree. Instead, remember gently, it is spoken, it is sealed, and whatever is spoken with sacred certainty never returns empty. This is the one-word right, so simple that the analytical mind doubts its power, yet so vast that life will confirm it with unmistakable signs, proving that an irreversible force has awakened within you. Prepare yourself, because you will now hear real testimonies from ordinary people who experienced profound changes after speaking this sentence once. Their stories may sound unlikely, yet, as you listen, you may glimpse the outline of your own future within them. The old identity grips names shaped by injury. I'm not enough. I'm the outcast. I'm always behind. I'm anxious. I'm a failure. These are not facts. They are agreements with fear and shame that the soul has accepted. Every repetition strengthens attachment to the former self and shuts the door of the grave. But the instant you declare, I am chosen, I am free, I am divinely led, I am wealth embodied, I am radiant love, the outdated self trembles. The earlier contract comes undone, the false label drops, and the true self starts to rise. Take this in with holy seriousness. Your tongue is a vehicle of resurrection, and your words build the structure of who you are becoming. If you long for change, do not wait for outside approval. Speak your truth until your body aligns, until heaven testifies, until your reflection agrees. Every renewal, every marvel, every spiritual morning I have witnessed began not through effort, but through spoken declaration. A woman proclaimed, I am the head and not the tail, and her financial narrative shifted completely. A man declared, I am forgiven, and broke addiction's restraints. A child said, I am wanted, and met peace as an original tongue. These were not light catchphrases, they were transformation signals of the eternal self moving forward, while the counterfeit self withdrew. So I ask you, dear soul, what name have you carried lately? And more importantly, what name will you take up next? The answer is close, no farther than the breath within you. For the word is near you, even in your mouth. So speak decree, because the identity you voice becomes the identity you live. What remains unspoken cannot be raised. Healing does not come from concealing grief, but from declaring the end of the lie that pain is your identity. The law of release is not soft and complete or comforting. It will not bargain with the former self. It ends it. Burial precedes resurrection. A crown comes through a cross. Real change requires dismantling the false identity. The lie must be put out. The mask must shatter, and the fearful story must be silenced, not through human weakness, but through holy authority. What false belief has been directing your days? That struggle is your destiny. That love belongs to others, not you. That abundance is meant for someone else. That your past has erased your future. These are not mere thoughts, they operate like binding spiritual agreements. Each repetition crucifies the true self and crowns limitation. But hear this clearly in divine order. What has been crucified can be brought back. You hold authority to condemn the lie and to summon truth into life. You can void the old agreement and enter a new covenant grounded in God-given identity. But the first step is surrender. Release is not avoidance, and it is not make-believe. Release is a sanctified declaration. It is a cross carried out through speech. It is confronting the counterfeit self directly and saying, you are not me. You are fear's image, and I will no longer obey you. I release my attachment to pain. I release the identity of limitation. I release the repetition of my former narrative. I remove the crown of shame I once carried. I lay it down. Christ did not avoid the cross. He submitted to it, knowing that surrender opened the way to heavenly authority. You are summoned to the same stance. With sacred courage, you must let the old voice die, not by adjusting it, soothing it, or rationalizing it, but by declaring its end with intensity. This self no longer governs me. This pattern no longer sustains me. This fear no longer defines me. I declare the conclusion of every false storyline. I tear down the manufactured identity and rise into the fullness of who I truly am. This is the spiritual law of release, not through concealment or fantasy, but by placing the former self on truth's altar and letting it be consumed. You are not determined by what occurred by your worst moment or by the mask you built to endure. That version must leave, and it seldom goes without resistance. It leaves when you give the order, when you identify and refuse it, when your mouth says enough. If you continue to cling to rehearse or defend the old story, you surrender freedom. You live inside a breathing tomb. But if an inner revolt rises, a holy defiance, let your lips write the ending of what has been. Declare it not only in silent thoughts or on paper, but aloud before the unseen order that listens to every word. Sentence deception to death and exhale life into truth. Speak without fear, burying whatever no longer serves your becoming. Newness demands an ending. Truth cannot be worn while the lie is still held. Your crowning cannot start while the counterfeit self is still living. The crown descends only when that self is nailed down. Let it go, beloved, permit it to end now, and watch what rises to occupy the space. I speak to every weary heart that has carried the burden of a story God never wrote. You have remained faithful to an identity shaped by fear, forged in scarcity, and fluent in doubt. That imposter has affected finances, directed relationships, and ruled choices. Its reign is finished. I speak plainly, yet under sacred commission, rising starts with burial. What must be laid to rest is the timid, splintered, fearful identity you have mistaken for yourself. You have listened to its commentary, believed its judgments, and repeated its lies until your deeper mind accepted them as real. I always fail. I'm terrible with money. Everyone leaves me. These are not harmless thoughts. They are binding spiritual agreements. By divine ordinance, you are called to dissolve them now. You are to affirm aloud, I no longer serve fear's voice. I no longer align with the defeated self. I refuse to drag the dead body of an outdated identity into a future destined for glory. The sacred text instructs, let the weak say, I am strong. It does not demand that the weak explain their weakness. True liberty is not opened by analysis or endless introspection. It begins with a spoken release. Therefore, I call forth the vocabulary of freedom. I bring former labels into the light, failure, addict, broken, unlucky, unworthy, and decree their end. You are not permitted to remain in the sanctuary of my life. I cancel every curse I have spoken and reverse every spell formed by words spoken without divine love. If you truly understood the weight carried by your voice, you would never speak carelessly about yourself again. The unseen realm is not driven by feelings alone. It responds to authority, and authority shows itself through cadence, precision, and spoken truth. Therefore, you must name the former self correctly, a fabricated identity shaped by ego, formed by survival strategies, and fortified through repeated rehearsal. Repetition cannot turn a falsehood into truth. It only makes it familiar, and familiarity is not the same as righteousness or alignment. So consider which fear-written scripts have you rehearsed that now must be ended by holy decree. Identify them, confront them, and then pronounce you are powerless. I dissolve you in light. I bury you in truth, and I rise. I ascend as one bearing divine lineage commissioned by heaven to move in rulership. This is beyond motivational speech. It is the language of resurrection. The obsolete self is forbidden entry into the territory where favor abides. Fear's vibration cannot cross into the realm of holy supply. Let what is finished stay with what is finished and move forward. When your body tenses or your thoughts try to bargain with old habits, tell yourself clearly that version is over. That mindset ran on fear, and that loop lived through my agreement, and I revoke that agreement now. I choose alignment with God, with divine order, expansion, restoration, plenty right, timing, perfect love, and my appointed place within it. I cancel every pact with delay, disgrace, lack, and the belief that I am unworthy. I revoke those agreements by the authority of truth. Now is your hour of liberation, and it comes through utterance, not silence. Declare your freedom aloud because the body responds to the sound of command. Echo this with me. I do not mourn the outdated self, I enter it. I do not debate with fear, I quiet it. I do not delay my ascent, I decree it. This is not optional, for it is divine ordinance. Speak, and obstacles collapse. Speak, and the renewed self appears. Speak, and the realm of the dead recognizes you are no longer its citizen. Every morning is a rising again, and each sunrise requires a laying to rest. You cannot enter new strength until you declare the end of yesterday's illusion. The soul's maturation is never accidental. It unfolds through deliberate decree. Therefore, your first practice is not caffeine headlines or the stream of distraction. It is the funeral of the counterfeit self. The fragment that stumbled yesterday, shook with fear, hesitated at open doors, and hid inside shame's counterfeit safety. That version is not fit to rise with you. It requires a formal declaration of death. I bury yesterday's defeat. I release yesterday's doubt. I banish the voice that said I was not ready. This practice is not sentimental comfort. It is precise, targeted work. Spiritual change is carried out through words. The tongue does more than mend it, becomes the scalpel that removes the fraudulent self. As soon as your eyes open, let your lips open too. Name yourself before the world tries to name you. Command your day before situations write their own story. Secure your identity before fear has time to kindle worry. At daybreak say, today I rise. Today the old dies. Today the lie is buried, and I ascend as truth. Let this cadence become your daily pulse, your inner metronome. Your speech is a Jericho trumpet. When your decree sounds, walls fall. Do not wait for someone else to validate your ascent. Do not postpone action until fear disappears. Step forward while courage is still being forged. Do not demand a feeling of strength before you take up the posture of authority. What buries you is not defeat, but silence. And what lifts you is not circumstance, but proclamation. Declare truth before the evidence appears. Speak it before emotion agrees. Decree it before certainty swells. This is sacred statute. The deeper mind is not changed by concepts, it is shaped by recurrence. Cadence is the body's dialect, and your speech must become a steady resurrection cadence, spoken not occasionally, but daily, consistently, and aloud. Puedes afirmar que crees en la abundancia y aún así hablar desde el gasto. Puedes decir que confías en el tiempo divino y todavía maldecir las demoras. Puedes arrodillarte pidiendo sanidad y levantarte con un tono de queja. Eso no es resurrección, es un ensayo. Es practicar con palabras que la sostienen la vida que ya no quieres. La palabra es una herramienta de resurrección. Con ella, Jesús llamó a Lázaro. Con ella, tú convocas a tu verdadero ser. Los lienzos de muerte se retiran con la palabra, no con esfuerzo. Desatadle y dejadle ir, dijo Jesús. El tono de resurrección no ruega manda. No se queda describiendo la tumba, pronuncia la promesa. No vuelve a contar la historia, anuncia el cielo. Habla como quien ya resucitó. Habla como quien no puede morir. Habla como quien no deposita su tesoro en manos humanas, sino en las bóvedas de la ley divina. Declara la bendición antes de ver el milagro, porque la bendición es el oxígeno del milagro. A los que preguntan, ¿cómo sé si hablo desde la aflicción o desde la ascensión? Les respondo esto: cuando hablas desde la aflicción, tus palabras se te cierran encima. Achican tu mirada, apagan la luz, encadenan tus pensamientos y acortan tus días. Pero cuando hablas desde la ascensión, te elevas al escucharte. Tu alma se pone en pie dentro de ti. Se abre el pecho, se endereza la espalda y tu tono se vuelve nítido. Despierta tu autoridad divina, porque no eres un mendigo, eres un heredero. No estás aguardando ser liberado, eres quien pronuncia liberación. No permito el lenguaje de derrota en mi mundo. No negocio con la escasez. No le doy espacio al tono de aflicción. Disciplino mi boca para llevar bendición. Disciplino mis labios para nombrar lo que Dios ha prometido. Consagro mi lenguaje al cielo. Bendigo antes de la cosecha. Decreto antes del depósito. Llamo antes de ver, porque así opera la vida resucitada. Habla bendición hasta que tus huesos la crean. Habla verdad hasta que tu atmósfera cambie. Habla vida hasta que cada tumba en tu alma se raje y la luz irrumpa. Que sea tu práctica diaria. Escucha tu propia voz. Percibe tu tono. No te preguntes solo qué dices, sino cómo lo dices. Ajusta tu ritmo. Cuando la aflicción se cuele en tu hablar, deténla. Cuando la derrota se infiltre en tus afirmaciones, expúlsala. Cuando el miedo asome en tus labios, cámbialo por fe. Porque la palabra es espada de doble filo. La usas para cortar tus cadenas o para degollar tu futuro. Hoy lo digo en voz alta y te invito a decirlo conmigo. Mi tono es resucitado. Mi boca es santa. Mi voz es la voz del dominio. Y así es. Debes ser implacable al reescribir. El pasado no es tu identidad, a menos que tu lengua lo siga arrastrando al presente. Te lo digo, deja de embalsamar tu pasado con tus palabras. Deja de reanimar lo que ya no sirve a tu reino. Cada vez que dices, siempre he sido ansioso, coronas a la ansiedad como dueña de tu ahora. Cada vez que dices, nunca he sido bueno con el dinero, clavas tus finanzas en una cruz de limitación. No fuiste llamado a repetir esclavitud. Fuiste llamado a declarar libertad. Debes abrir una grieta en lo invisible antes de que lo visible se transforme. Por eso te instruyo, ponte de pie ante tu tribunal interior y dicta sentencias sobre cada etiqueta falsa que hayas cargado. Di en voz alta, ya no soy pequeño, ya no soy el herido, ya no soy el olvidado, la rama rota, el casi éxito. Cada frase es una pala que ayuda a sepultar el cadáver del yo falso. Y mientras no sea enterrado, seguirá levantándose para acosar tu cosecha. He enseñado que la mente subconsciente registra como un disco fonográfico. Cada palabra queda marcada en el alma como un surco en la cera. Si no rompes el disco viejo, seguirá sonando su melodía de infortunio. Por eso te digo, toma el martillo de la palabra y quiebra ese disco. Declara, ya no soy el que carece. Ya no soy el que teme, ya no soy el que espera. No basta con pensarlo, debes proclamarlo. La palabra es Dios en movimiento, y lo que hablas conforme a la ley te volverá apretado, remecido y rebosando. Dije en El juego de la vida, y cómo jugarlo, pronuncia estas palabras en voz alta, con poder y convicción. Porque no es el deseo silencioso el que mueve montañas, sino el dominio expresado. Cuando los israelitas cruzaron el Mar Rojo, dejaron atrás las cadenas del faraón. No arrastraron la memoria de Egipto hacia su nueva tierra. Pero muchos de ustedes, intentan entrar en su futuro prometido mientras todavía hablan el idioma de la esclavitud. Dices, estoy intentando cambiar. Deja de intentar y empieza a declarar. Dices, estoy sanando. Di en cambio, estoy completo ahora. Dices, no sé si puedo. Di en cambio, estoy respaldado por lo infinito. Todo lo puedo por el Cristo en mí. Así se quema el disco falso con la verdad. No con sentimentalismo, ni con un diario, ni analizando sin fin la cinta vieja, sino prendiéndola con la cerilla de la palabra. Tu boca es el altar, tu frase es la ofrenda, y tu fe es el fuego. Dilo, ya no vivo bajo el nombre antiguo. Repítelo hasta que la vibración se vuelva tu nueva piel, hasta que las etiquetas caigan y la atmósfera cambie. Dilo hasta que los cielos se reordenen para reflejar tu valentía. Una vez dije que el débil diga, soy fuerte. No dije que el débil analice su debilidad. No dije que el débil busque validación. No dije, di. La palabra es la puerta, el arma la reprogramación. Así que ahora, amado oyente, toma tu pluma divina y escribe, ya no temo mi propio poder. Ya no soy leal a la lucha. Ya no estoy en guerra conmigo mismo. Y cuando lo hayas escrito, dilo en voz alta hasta que la atmósfera tiemble, hasta que tu yo antiguo lo escuche desde su tumba y se estremezca hasta que solo la verdad quede. Así empieza la resurrección con una lengua que sepulta la mentira y una identidad nacida del fuego. Habla ahora. El yo antiguo está en juicio y solo la palabra lo sentenciará. Que sea hallado culpable y que el nuevo yo se levante. No puedes andar en dominio mientras vistas los harapos de tu antiguo nombre. La lengua es el cincel de la realidad y lo que dices de ti mismo se vuelve la imagen grabada sobre tu vida. La ley es sencilla e inevitable, aquello que nombras eso, llegas a ser. Si dices, siempre llego tarde, la ley se inclina ante ese mandato y garantiza el retraso. Si dices, simplemente no soy constante, la inconsistencia se encarna. Las palabras no son pasivas, son proyectiles, son planos, son convocatorias. El subconsciente no debate, obedece, y mientras continúes nombrándote con etiquetas de debilidad, tu vida caminará vestida de retraso, desorden y decepción. Lo que decretas sobre ti edifica el templo o la tumba de tu identidad. Debes elegir cuál será. El yo antiguo te ofrecerá frases como cadenas cómodas. Dirá, soy un procrastinador. Y tú asentirás sin notar que acabas de convocar el retraso sobre tu destino. Pero te lo digo, no existe una etiqueta inofensiva. Cada frase que añades a tu yo soy, o glorifica a Dios, o agranda la limitación. No existe el habla neutral. No hay palabra ociosa. Decir, soy tímido, soy desafortunado, o estoy en quiebra no es solo describirte, es autosabotaje espiritual. Estás levantando altares al error y postrándote ante ellos sin darte cuenta. Pero en el instante en que despiertas, cuando renuncias a los nombres falsos y reclamas tu verdadero título, todo cambia. El hombre espiritual sabe declarar hablo y se hace. No dice estoy intentando, no dice estoy esperando. Dice yo soy la resurrección y la vida de toda promesa enterrada en mi alma. Cuando el yo antiguo susurra, siempre arruinas, todo el hombre espiritual responde, yo soy orden, yo soy precisión, yo soy la voz del cumplimiento. Cuando aparece la mentira, nunca has terminado nada, la verdad se levanta más alto y dice camino, en disciplina divina y ejecución perfecta. Soy guiado, soy obediente, estoy coronado. Las escrituras no dicen que el débil diga, estoy intentando ser fuerte. Dicen que el débil diga, yo soy fuerte. Esto no es un consejo espiritual, es ley. Es identidad formada por la declaración. es la crucifixión espiritual del yo falso mediante la palabra de Dios pronunciada. Debes afirmar lo que el Espíritu dice de ti, incluso cuando la evidencia se ría. Aunque el mundo exterior grite lo contrario, tu mundo interior debe quedarse anclado a la descripción divina. No eres tus hábitos, ni tu pasado, ni tu trauma. Eres el nombre con el que hoy te llamas. Por eso te pregunto, ¿qué nombres deben morir? ¿Qué etiquetas deben ser sepultadas para que la identidad de Cristo se levante en ti? Haz inventario de las frases que dices cuando estás frustrado, cansado o herido. ¿Dices, así soy yo? ¿O dices, así era yo, pero ahora declaro un nuevo nombre sobre mí? You are not finally defined by habit, your past, or your pain. You are shaped by the names you assign yourself in the present. So I ask, which old labels must be laid to rest? Which false versions of you must be buried, so that the Christ life within you can rise? Watch what you say when you are weary, provoked, or hurt. Do you admit that's just how I am? Or do you reply, that is who I used to be, and I now speak a new name over myself? Remember that Israel could not seize the promise while describing themselves as grasshoppers. Likewise, you cannot truly receive prosperity, love, leadership, or sacred calling while naming yourself inferior. Speak with courage, precision, and strength. Change is not far away. You are recognizing what is already true, and creation responds. The rule is simple. What I name, I take hold of. What I bless, I strengthen. What I decree, I become. Let go of words shaped by delay, fear, and defeat. Declare instead, I am the image and likeness of divine perfection. I am heaven's spoken success revealed. I speak, and it is done. Beloved, grasp this hidden law. Dying comes before rising. A new self does not simply emerge. You must first place the old self into burial. There is no resurrection without a death you knowingly acknowledge. Many remain trapped in sadness, not because of what happened, but because they stay bound to an image of who they used to be. They converse with it, sustain it with attention, and continually replay its injuries, failures, and limiting stories. But today, I charge you regard the old self as an intruder in the home of your true identity. Challenge it with holy authority. You are no longer needed. I release you. I will not serve your memory, your shame, or your fear. You are only a costume for my growth, and I refuse the role. This is not mere metaphor, it is spiritual work. The former self must come to an end, and you must speak its eulogy with honest words from your own mouth. The old identity survives only in the tomb of repetition. It seems alive because you keep returning, adorning it with regret and grief. Understand this, graves remain empty unless you bring them back to life. Your former persona has no authority unless your words revive it. So step into that inner burial place and speak the final verdict. I am no longer who I once was. I no longer answer the voices of fear, lack, or self-hatred. Let the former self rest now in sacred stillness. Move ahead wearing a new identity. The Christ within calls you by destiny, not by your past. He calls, Lazarus, come forth. Yet rising comes only after death has done its work in the wrappings. You must permit what no longer serves you to decay and depart not in resentment, but in holy surrender. As I have long said, you must prepare yourself for the good you desire, and preparation requires space. New wine will not fit old containers. You cannot live in resurrection while dragging pieces of your former self. Your blessings are prepared for an honorable name, and that name must be made new. When the weak say, I am strong, they are not acting. They are practicing divine exchange, the language of rising. Do not endlessly retell what happened. Speak to it. Confront it as a fading shadow and say, your work is finished. You have no authority here. When you speak this way, heaven responds to your courage, and even your cells begin aligning with the truth you declare. Many long for restoration, but resist the necessary death of the former identity. They desire resurrection while refusing burial. Here, this renewal demands release. Transformation assumes a grave. If you truly mean to rise, declare the burial complete, now, not someday. Do it not as one emotional surge, but as a consistent spoken decree. Speak to your wound, you are no longer needed. Speak to your shame, you are no longer my identity. Speak to fear, you may leave in peace. I no longer live under you. This is not a battle of spirits. It is the cleansing of the inner life. The old self cannot endure words spoken with holy authority. Therefore, speak without apology. Let the dead remain with the dead. Your calling is to rise and live as a new creation in Christ. You are not ruled by memories, mistakes, or the judgments of those who never truly saw you. You become the living result of the word you choose today. Let that word be firm, radiant, and clear. The tomb is prepared. What your life needs is not another miracle, but a finished burial. Speak the burial into being, announce it with courage, and watch heaven respond. As I often teach, what you gaze upon is what you become. The mirror does not lie. It reflects exactly what you aim it toward. Yet many look at themselves and repeat limitations. I am exhausted, I lack, I am getting old. Such words strengthen an image of decline rather than renewal. These declarations fortify the shell, not the substance, the trouble, not the blessing. But hear this, the mirror has no power until you give it a prophecy. When you speak truth to your reflection, you see more than appearance, you behold living resurrection shaped by your own words. Understand, the mirror is not a courtroom, it is an altar. And altars call for offerings of declaration. The false self formed from fear, shame, scarcity, and memory must die, and must die again and again. It must be dismissed whenever the mirror tempts you to repeat yesterday's story. It must end when you meet your own gaze and refuse to echo defeat, choosing instead to speak glory. I have seen dulled faces and said, "That is not you, that is a lie wearing your features." And I have urged them to declare over their reflection, "I see the risen one." Not later, not after healing, but now. Rising does not come by time, but by truth. Renewal does not arrive as a slow set of minor improvements. You are renewed through decree. What you speak to your reflection is etched into your inner life. The promise declares, "Behold, I make all things new." To behold is to see beyond illusion, to see afresh, to pierce the surface and proclaim rising. So I ask, as I have asked before, whom do you see? Do you still give breath to the skeptic? Do you still mirror the fearful one? Or have you finally cut ties with that false image? Have you delivered the final eulogy over the former self? Or does that corpse still steer your choices? Look again, the mirror is ready, and spiritual law is present. Proclaim with holy courage, "I see the risen one. I see the heir. I see the new creation. I see the living word." Then become still and receive. No prior perfection is necessary. You only need to witness in faith, and the Spirit completes the change. You are not summoning a refined ego, nor merely polishing the caterpillar. What emerges is the lasting image of glory, strength, abundance, and peace, your true essence. Yet only your words can reveal it. So be steady today. Lift the mirror not as routine, but as a sign of authority. If needed, hold up a coin, look at a youthful photograph, or even see your own tears and declare, "I see the risen one." Do not murmur or merely wish. Say it with power, confidence, and certainty, "I see the risen one." Continue repeating until your inner life hums in agreement, until your body softens, until what you see before you changes and your heart accepts it as real. This is the essence of spiritual rising, not postponed until after death, healing, or success, but available now. Each day you postpone the decree, the illusion strengthens. Yet when you speak life to your own reflection, you rise beyond the tomb of history. Beloved, the law is prepared. The mirror is prepared. Speak, look, and ascend. Many people believe that pain, struggle, or resistance means they have strayed from the right path. I claim the opposite. Pain often signals illusion beginning to break. Resistance is the sound of chains that are about to shatter. Every pressure formed by opposition is proof that you are approaching a sacred breakthrough. Opponents become loud only when you are at the threshold. The flames rise because the nearness of the divine agitates them. If your body shakes and your thoughts rebel, if the old self panics, understand that truth is pushing out the false identity and taking its seat of rule. Such a moment is not a signal to pull back or fall silent. It is the time to strengthen your decree, to speak with greater certainty. This is my hour. I do not retreat. I reign. For generations, the soul misread these signs, taking discomfort as evidence of mistake, even though discomfort is often life awakening within what had been dormant. Remember, even Lazarus's rising from death encountered resistance. Lazarus emerged still bound in burial cloths. Christ did not lament he is still trapped. He gave a command, loose him, and let him go. I repeat that instruction, set yourself free. Do not read resistance as rejection or inner struggle as failure. Receive them instead as signs that the birth chamber of your renewal is opening wider. Raise your voice with greater authority and declare, even if nothing appears changed, even if duties remain, even if fear still whispers, I consecrate this ground. Something new is moving through me. I refuse to misread my pain, and I refuse to withdraw from rising. Falsehood survives through silence, surrender, and agreement with illusion. So align with truth and keep speaking. If pressure increases, let your proclamation increase. If the heat draws near, let worship blaze more strongly. As resistance grows, intensify your decree. The sacred law of reversal turns external strain into internal strength the instant a word of authority is spoken. No weapon formed against me shall prosper, not because hardships never appear, but because I refuse to empower them. I do not agree with them. I will not sanctify them with my speech, and I grant their appearance no reverence. What I bless moves beyond the enemy's grasp. What I declare lifeless cannot be upheld by illusion, and no resistance can halt a soul that stays aware of its sacred origin. I will not argue with fear. I do not bargain with doubt or make agreements with appearances. I speak the word and continue forward even if the path leads through fire. I understand, like Daniel, that lions grow silent where divine authority rules. I know, like the widow, that obeying a divine instruction transforms shortage into abundant supply. I know, like Mary, that when the world sees only emptiness, a spoken word is enough to summon life into being. Therefore, when resistance rises like thunder, I will not yield to fear, I will declare. I speak not from the stance of injury, but from authority grounded in truth. I do not pause, freeze, or retreat. I set my eyes on what is unseen and affirm with certainty, you are proof I am close to breakthrough. You confirm I must keep going. You are the last guard at the tomb of my former identity, and I roll the stone away now. Roar if you must, Your noise cannot match the power of the word I carry, a word that fulfills the purpose for which it is spoken. Every time you spoke from lack, it was like signing a contract agreeing to live small. Each time you entertained fear, you added your name to captivity. Phrases such as, I can't, I never, and I don't became hidden vows that bound you to a diminished self. But understand this, no one is ultimately chained, except by the prison their own mouth builds. Spirit does not validate fear's faint pencil notes. It recognizes only truth, written with bold authority. Old beliefs of limitation, familiar failure scripts, and repeated confessions are spiritual agreements made under illusion. By the authority of your own decisive speech, those agreements are now revoked. I repeat this firmly. Declare death over deception before you declare life over reality. If you do not renounce the false self, you nourish it, and what you nourish gains power over you. Perhaps you once embraced identities such as victim failure, the forgotten one, or perpetual underachiever. Those were scripts written by fear, practiced through habit, and performed on illusion's stage, not chapters from God's book. The true divine self cannot rise while the imposter continues to act. Rip up the script, dismantle the stage, burn the outdated contract, and declare, that is not my name. That is not my covenant. That is not my inheritance. Spiritual law stands ready to follow your command. It does not debate, assess, or delay, it executes. So if you say, I am tired, the law stamps it, so be it. If you say, I never win, the law does not comfort it, confirms. But the instant you declare, I now destroy every false pact with lack, delay, and defeat the foundation of your former bondage, breaks beneath you. Whatever you make normal in your speech becomes law in the unseen. Whatever your language permits becomes licensed to show up. So use holy power in your words now. Treat every stale belief as a binding document and cancel it by decree. Melt it with the resonance of your voice. Renounce it from the authority you carry. You live under spiritual legislation, not only human rules. In that higher court, one thing carries decisive weight, your spoken word. Not feelings, not the past, not wounds, your word is the pen of destiny, the signature heaven acknowledges. If you want a preview of tomorrow's study, your sentences, not your moods. If you long for new provision, love, or strength, you must renounce the inheritance of your former identity with the burning authority of your tongue. Declare, I will not sign for struggle. I withdraw my consent from delay. I will not respond to fear. Repeat these until your body aligns. The unseen realm responds, and the remnants of old contracts crumble into ash. The one who once agreed with fear must now set speech on fire with holy flame. The one who treated suffering as normal must now speak as a ruler from the tongue. Truth cannot live in a house still leased to deception. Rising cannot happen while the soul remains chained by shame. So tear up the counterfeit pact and say aloud, I live under no curse. I renew no bondage. I affirm only the decree of freedom. By your decree, the former self dies, and from that same ash, the real self rises. Speak at once, burn the old agreement, and voice only what heaven will endorse. You do not need more time, more money, or more allies. You need the burial of the identity you once served. The lies you practiced, the dread you followed, and the persona you defended have delayed your unveiling by mercy's design. If the blessing had come while you were clinging to a dead self, it would have turned into confusion, shame, self-sabotage, or waste. Your speech was not meant to soothe the ego. It was shaped to burn it clean. Maturity brings you to a threshold where you must order the funeral of the old identity. It seldom leaves quietly. Expect bargaining, drama, and panic. Still, I insist, do not comfort what heaven has commanded you to crucify. The cross comes before the crown always. So accept this 7-day mandate, 7 days of consecrated decrees, through which falsehood dies and life rises. Day 1, say aloud, I revoke every word, vow, and identity that kept me limited, trapped, or afraid. I am no longer in covenant with who I was. Let the weight of that sentence move through you. Cut the cords to yesterday. Do not argue with its echoes, keep declaring. Day 2, proclaim I no longer serve my struggle. I no longer live for validation. I am not my wound. I am the word. With this decree, the soul begins to emerge. Speak it even if your throat trembles. Day 3, declare with certainty I am unavailable to be who I was. I willingly lay the ego in the ground. My resurrection is already in motion. This is your sacred turning point. Expect resistance to protect the old persona. Reply with greater volume. Move your body, cry if you must, but continue. Persist until the atmosphere around you shifts. Day 4 comes. Now make your rising known. The old has passed. The new is here. Decree I rise today in perfect harmony with divine law. Say it when you open your eyes. Say it as you walk, as you conduct business, as you give. Let this sentence soak into you until it hums even in your quiet. Day 5. Walk through life as one already raised. Draw provision through identity rather than effortful strain. Let go of every remaining thread from old cycles. As you maintain this posture, your field reorganizes. New relationships, ideas, and roots appear, not through forcing, but through alignment. Day 6. Stop striving to be someone else. Accept that renewal is happening now. Let this certainty echo within. You are not repairing yesterday, you are agreeing with what is true today. Transformation is not begging, it is consent. Day 7. You stand as resurrection embodied. The old identity is finished, and the new identity is undeniable. You move forward in unqualified authority. These statements are not hollow repetitions. They are ascent in motion. When spoken over 7 days with full surrender, the decree shatters every barrier of delay. Speak with unshakable certainty, as if you have already entered the higher place. The main barrier between you and fulfillment is a timid mouth that will not declare the end. 7 days, 7 decrees. 1 burial, 1 rebirth. Refuse to rehearse the old self's anxieties or to bargain with the tomb. Proclaim release, rise. The cross always precedes the crown. This is heaven's pattern. And that cross is inward, not only outward. It is less about others' opinions and life's pains and more about the counterfeit ego protesting as its illusions lose support. The cross signifies pride being burned off, masks dissolving, and the ache of releasing every idol and mirage that shaped us. Yet it is surrender more than striving that welcomes the crown. I have taught this, and I say it again. People suffer because of attachment, clinging to outdated patterns, fabricated selves, and inherited fears. Truth will not rule in a divided heart. You cannot keep the old label and simultaneously live a new life. Kingship rests only on a head bowed to spiritual order. The world preaches avoidance of the cross. Protect your persona, enlarge your ego, insulate yourself from pain. But I insist discomfort becomes holy when it participates in God's reshaping. The daily cross is this disciplining, the tongue contradicting deceptive appearances and refusing to treat visible lack as the final verdict. When you bless what hurts you and speak truth in the face of denial, you carry the cross and shape the crown. In that act, the anxious, ego-driven persona loosens its hold while the I am Christ awareness awakens an identity untouched by scarcity, defeat, or dread. Christ carried his cross openly and endured mockery. Expect the same if you choose what is real over what is performative surrender. Over wrestling proclamation over doubt, you may be misunderstood. Still, dear heart coronation follows cruciform surrender. Do not reject the cross or explain it away. The old self will protest. This is death, and I answer yes, and it is resurrection. When you speak with authority over your burden and affirm, this situation cannot defeat me, it can only reveal my truth. You turn hardship into honor. You rise with the challenge, no longer crushed by it, but lifted beyond it. I have seen men and women who seemed broken, disregarded, and overlooked, yet they carried their crosses with nobility. They blessed barren ground, gave thanks in lack, and spoke abundance even when their hands held only a few coins. In time, their crowns appeared, often not as public emblems or material prizes, yet true authority emerged nonetheless. They learned mastery over emotion, stewarded their circumstances, and shaped their outcomes through truth-saturated speech. This is the sacred paradox of the cross. What looks like reduction becomes the training for dominion. What resembles death becomes the doorway to holy kingship. Adopt the mind of Christ Jesus, who though divine embraced the cross to reveal resurrection power. The cross serves as your refining passage, your furnace for change and purification. It marks the conclusion of the counterfeit self and the revealing of the true I am. Proclaim this truth daily, bear it with courage, and accept your crown without spectacle, knowing it was not earned by strain, but granted by spiritual law. When the decree left your mouth and the ego surrendered, the throne emerged. This is how the kingdom reveals itself. I die to fear and rise in faith. Speak it with thunderous certainty, and resurrection's joy. I die to fear. I rise in faith. Fear holds no legitimate claim over me. It is merely an earthly garment, a tomb echo, a shadow that vanishes the moment I speak light. I rise by what I proclaim. I am elevated through decree. I reject the weight of deception. I choose words that lift and free me. As these statements go out, old wrappings loosen, the stone of limitation is rolled away, and I step out restored, no longer my previous version, but my true self, summoned by utterance, cleansed in truth, and refined by sacred remembrance. I will not walk with empty stories of doubt or dine with the ghosts of guilt. I die to fear and rise in faith. My declarations enter enslaving patterns. With each syllable, I throw another spadeful of sacred force onto the grave of my old confines. Every affirmation strikes the shackles and breaks them. Every truth I speak binds deception until it can no longer breathe. I refuse to treat bondage as solid, its strength relied on my silence. Now I speak until chains rattle and illusions melt in the fire of my certainty. I announce the burial of limitation, the funeral rites of fear, and the muting of every false label ever placed on me. My speech is not abstract reflection, it is decree final and binding, released with heaven's authority. My utterance sends slavery to the grave. My mouth serves as both mausoleum and trumpet. Within it lies die and truth rises. It is both a place of burial and a gateway of passage. What I speak, I confirm. What I declare, I rouse to life. In one breath, I bury shame. In the next, I crown dignity. I have felt the power of my voice. Once it spoke me into shadow, now it proclaims me into light. My speech no longer reflects circumstances, it reshapes them. With this tongue, I call forth justice, increase wholeness, joy, love, and exact divine alignment. This mouth is never idle or neutral. It is consecrated and strong, dangerous to whatever is false or lifeless. Truly, my mouth is both sepulchre and clarion. I declare the final rites for the end of failure. I will not mourn what was never mine, nor will I honor deception by giving it my attention. I bring no wreaths to anything God did not create. I reduce to ash every betrayal, breakdown, and near victory that once haunted my heart. I release them not with lament, but with song. I have learned that failure is no enemy, only a costume I have outgrown. So I preside over its funeral, not in sorrow, but in sacred finality. Memory cannot raise it again, and echoes cannot call it back. The grave is sealed, the stone rolled away, and the marker is written. Here lies failure, unclaimed, unnamed, undone. I declare failure buried and rise as the rightful heir of sacred success. Old names cannot reach me, neither the fear-spoken labels nor the titles I once accepted in surrender. I live beyond insult, confinement, and inherited shame. Accusations return to their source unopened, and mockery finds no audience. I have risen beyond the boundaries of former labels. Call if you like, I will not respond. I dwell in the fortress of I am and live in holy remembrance. I offer no loyalty to illusions. My devotion belongs only to truth. My worship belongs to God. I am not formed by what others named me. I am the name I declare. Old titles cannot follow me now because I walk under sacred commission. My road is not random. It is laid by divine intent, illuminated by inner wisdom, and guarded by heaven's sentinels. I do not wander alone or keep circling the same ground endlessly. I move forward with awareness and assignment. I do not plead, I proclaim. I do not beg, I decree. The power given to me is not to dominate others. It is to steward perception and govern my inner story. Each step is guided by God, each utterance is received, and each righteous desire is escorted toward fulfillment. I am not aimless. I am a traveler commissioned with holy authority. The grave cloths are removed. I refuse to carry yesterday's story into the rising that belongs to today. I strip off tight bandages and discard the cords of borrowed doctrines. The scent of death is not on me. I do not carry the look of a corpse. I step out, remade, integrated, cleansed, strengthened, and dressed with purpose. My rising needs no defense, and I owe history no tidy conclusions. The funeral linens are done. Let every accusation fall silent, and let every outdated persona be reduced to ash. I am summoned, unbound, and set free. I move forward as a sign and wander not as a casualty. The wrappings are gone. I speak the word and lift both effortless and sacred. Without pushing or pleading, I let truth pass my lips and I rise. Lesser rules crumble. Old frameworks drop away. From a royal seat I speak, and heaven moves swiftly to fulfill it. I speak and ascend beyond explanation, beyond memory, beyond hesitation, above every whisper of curse or harm. I speak and rise, driven not by strength, but by surrender. I speak and rise, not as a wage, but as a rightful inheritance. I speak and rise not because of personal deserving, but through alignment with eternal reality. Delay is canceled, permission is not required, and seasons of waiting come to an end. My inner life responds to my command, sinews awaken, the tomb trembles, and the skies open. I decree, and I ascend. Hear me lift your voice, straighten your posture, let your spirit rise. Do not pull back now, this moment is for rising. Repeat these words not timidly or as a concept, but as one who has stood at the crypt of the former self and walked past it. I am not speaking to the you that remains in postponement, nor to the self that loops lack and delay in its speech. I summon the identity that recognizes reality and declares without fear, I am risen. I am free. I am restored to divine order. Let us move in heaven's timing, because language released in holy rhythm breaks chains hidden in the deep mind. That rhythm snaps the bars of inertia and turns sorrow into momentum. Speak now. Let the syllables move through your mouth, your body, and your days. Every line cuts like a chisel, and every repetition becomes a master key that opens what was sealed. I let go of the self, governed by fear, and awaken the one guided by wisdom. I free the hesitant part and enthrone the voice that speaks with certainty. I release clinging and move with the divine current. I remove the persona that hides and inhabit luminous presence. I dismiss the fear-led self and awaken the steward who commands. I lay down the begging tone and rise as a messenger of decree. I unfasten the identity that seeks permission and stand as the self that carries authority. I release the identity that requires proof and step forward as proof embodied. I retire the apologetic self and inaugurate the self that authorizes. I unchain the grasping persona and become the one who expands. I drop indecision and rise in steady strength. I set down the weary self and stand as the timeless one. I quiet the inner skeptic and call up the herald who declares, "This is the moment of rebirth, restoration, and illumination. Let your blood remember its truth. Let your bones rise. Let your mouth throw wide the gate of your resurrection." The obsolete identity lies buried under layers of criticism, distrust, indecision, and postponement. Yet the true self is poised lion-like at the doorway, not pleading for worthiness, but awaiting your call. Understand this is not a collection of attractive sentences. It is force that can shatter limits. A rhythm that tears lies apart. Past failures do not matter. You were not made to remain in trying. You were made to rise again. In unity, we decree I free the part that resists and rise as the celebrant. I lay aside the self that retreats and step into the one who reigns. I remove the imitator and awaken the originator. I silence the complainer and take my place as the one who commands storms. I release the part fixated on loss and awaken the steward who brings forth abundance. I close fear's mouth and rise in the identity that speaks only truth. I loosen the shrinking self and embody the presence that nurtures life. I surrender the identity pursued by scarcity and awaken the one that thrives in a holy flow. I let go of the self that crumples under pressure and embody the builder who stands things up. I drive out doubt about God's timing and anchor myself in the certainty that now is appointed. I leave the self that shrivels in fear and rise as one renewed each day by sacred reality. I abandon the version afraid of endings and become the one who moves stones. And now, let this be sealed, not by weak belief, but by sovereign flame, by a voice that sounds the same from summit, meadow, and furnace. Speak it 3 times until the atmosphere changes. This is my time. I lay down the falsehood. I rise in truth. This is my time. I lay down the falsehood. I rise in truth. This is my time. I lay down the falsehood. I rise in truth. Let no one pretend not to hear. Let fear confess it encountered resistance. Let every vision recognize its call. The decree has been released. Resurrection is in motion, beginning forever from the mouths of the awakened, the brave, the steadfast, and the free. Rise now. The earlier version of you is not fit to carry the robe of glory. I encountered a man weighed down by shame. Again and again he spoke defeat over himself. I am weak. I always fail. I am not enough. As seed shapes harvest his life, produced ruined relationships, dried up resources, disappeared, and the world echoed his inward judgment that power was not his. I told him, "You are not the caption society wrote over you. You are not yesterday's wounded label. Choose a new name, write a new decree. Bury the former label in its grave." I gave him a consecrated tool, words carrying holy power. I instructed him to confess daily, "I am the embodiment of strength. God's law is woven into my very bones. My tongue speaks life and power. My past holds no authority to speak." For 7 full days, he rejected the old language. When lies tried to rise, he overruled them with truth. Like seeds splitting open under heaven's energy, his real strength returned, not weak or temporary, but sacred, steady, and immovable. He moved with quiet confidence. His voice deepened, his posture straightened. Shame no longer bowed him, he buried it with his decrees and built strength over its grave. Friends said, "You've changed." But this was not simple self-improvement, it was rising again. He did not turn into someone else. He uncovered who he truly was beneath the masks. Listen, if shame has imprisoned you, practice what he did. Confront it and declare, "You are not who I am. You are a false name, and I bury you with full power." Say it out loud now. I am free from shame. I carry strength. I do not repeat weakness. I embody resilience. I am not my past. I am the living word made real. Then notice what begins to awaken within you. A woman once came for counsel, free outwardly, yet bound by phrases sewn into her own mind. The name ruling her life was not the legal name on paper. It was the identity she had spoken during seasons of pain, secrecy, and loneliness. She accepted labels such as broke and too much. Behind a guarded smile, she whispered, "It's too late for me." No guard held a key, yet captivity shaded every area of her life. The inner name she responded to had never been written by God. She wore lack as a title and bowed to shame as though it were a crown. The holy command says, "Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain." Each time she denied her divine inheritance, she violated that command without realizing it. To carry God's image is to carry a name of power, yet she allowed the world to brand her with the language of scarcity. I told her, "Daughter, lies survive only by the oxygen of your words, and you have been giving them breath for far too long." I instructed her to ignore the call of broke. If the word was spoken, she would act as though she did not hear it. When finances looked thin, she was to proclaim, "My name is not lack. My name is abundance, the name bestowed by my Father." She was also to retire the phrase "too late." Instead, she was to affirm each day, "I live in divine timing. Nothing in my life is delayed." To silence the accusation of too much, she was to declare, "I am the flawless reflection of divine abundance. Nothing about God's image is excessive." Once the lie broke, the Spirit's response was swift. Within weeks, her expression changed. Her prayers became steadier. Requests matured into proclamations. Constant apologies turned into authoritative speech. The deepest miracle was not gaining more, it was ending self-rejection. Prosperity, wholeness, and wonder were never waiting on payment. They were waiting for recognition of her true, God-given name. Later, she said nothing was added. I only released what was never mine to carry. I threw off every cursed label and received my divine identity. So I ask you, what false names are weighing you down? What titles have fear, family stories, or failures assigned? Take them off, silence them, and decree, "God has named me." I answer only to increase and truth. I renounce the names of scarcity, hesitation, turmoil, and loss. I respond to favor, abundance, and strength alone. The imposter identity must die for the real self to appear. You cannot confess lack and at the same time live a life of plenty. The name you accept writes the pattern you live by. So wear the name of abundance, respond to joy, and let every unholy verdict fall powerless without root or echo. A curse loses its power the moment you stop repeating it. Shame fades when your mouth refuses to answer its summons. Your rising begins the instant you refuse to live a life that was never written for you. Years ago, a man came in confusion about vocational stagnation. Projects stalled, and opportunities slipped away like sand through open hands. If you understood the force your words release, fear would no longer write your script. Stop rehearsing what has been. Decree what must now come to pass. Say each day, I am the first harvest of freedom in my family. I speak as one redeemed and chosen. Through me, God plants a new garden, and this time we will not be driven out. This time we are home. A woman anchored in identity makes curses bow. A single truthful voice breaks chains. If that voice is yours, declare with me, it ends with me. And I ask again, what begins? You must stop searching for life in what has already died. Do not ask for new breath from the graveyard of yesterday. He is not here. He is risen. As Christ left the tomb and set aside the linens, so must you. Rising assumes there was a burial. If you want to ascend, you must release every trace of bondage, old labels, anxieties, accusations, and false names that once tightened around your life. Understand this clearly: the former self must die, and its ending must be spoken openly with authority. The tomb is empty because the lie has ended. The narrative of lack, self-sabotage, and inner diminishment is finished. Even so, you must refuse to drag pieces of grief into your renewed life. You cannot rise while still dressed in death. Many ask, where is my breakthrough? Where is the answer to my prayer? Yet they remain inside the vault of doubt, holding tightly to the identity that choked their provision, peace, and creativity. You cannot enter the kingdom while gripping what has no life. The stone must be moved by you through the commanding power of your voice. Remember the angel's question at the tomb. Why do you seek the living among the dead? Heaven will not speak in the language of fear. The Spirit does not answer a persona built from defeat. God never called you unworthy or inadequate. Those labels came from confusion, terror, inherited scripts, and false belief. Therefore, the false garments must be folded, put away, and surrendered to the fire of truth. When Christ rose, he was known by presence rather than outward appearance, and so it will be with you. When you lay aside the costume of striving, some will ask, is that really you? You will answer, it is the I am living within me. The former things have passed away. Do not look for comfort inside your tomb. Do not ask for improvements to the room of spiritual stagnation. Do not plead for rising while still holding the persona that must be buried. If you truly desire new life, you must speak it into existence. Lazarus, come forth, was not a gentle request. It was a royal command, a decree filled with dominion that called the soul out of constraint. That same level of authority must come from your mouth now. Speak to your own life the way Christ spoke to Lazarus. Speak to resources, to worth, to calling. Call them into life, but start by moving the stone. Use your voice to end every former agreement with limitation. Without this, rising is hindered, heaven's help remains unreceived, and your inner vault stays filled with excuses and the rags of an outdated self that still grips your tomorrow. So I ask, what remains within you that needs a final declaration of death? What garment of defeat still hangs on your shoulders? What version of the old you still clings like burial cloth to a body, longing to rise? Release it. Set it down. Speak the separating word and step across the threshold into your resurrection. The tomb is empty, yet one question remains. Will you live or stay tied to what is dead? True authority is not preserving an outdated identity, or refitting burial cloth, or bargaining with fear. It is releasing everything with a final decree: I am no longer the one who dies. I am the risen self. I am the living word in motion. No light lives in the tomb, light lives in spoken truth. Step into it, speak from it, and ascend.